Hey, what's going on, everybody? Hey, Blue Braid. Hey, Bamfy. Hi, everyone. We are gonna finish the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles today. At least that's what chat says. Chat said I should be able to finish it today. Things are popping off. I think the last thing we realized was, it sounds like there's some high treason going on. We're starting to believe that what happened is that this music disc somehow relays like national secrets in like Morse code or something when played through a music box. And we believe that McGilded, who was somehow filthy rich, was working with this guy over here to the right, Wide Tie. I don't remember what his actual name is. It's not Eggert Benedict. It's something else. Was working together with him, who is a communications person, someone that types in Morse code for like the country. We believe they were working together to sell national secrets, and that's how all the money was made from both this guy and McGilded. We don't have any confirmation about this. Ashley Graydon, thank you. Also, hi Blue Braid, hi Vampy, how are y'all today? I hope y'all are well. Oh, I meant to tell you something cool, Bampy, but it's something for off stream, so if you could remind me something that like I think is neat. I'm very excited about it anyways. So that's what we think that's going on. Also, hopefully work's been well now that you're back at work. Hopefully it hadn't been too bad. Oh, and how did raid go last night? Gosh, I hadn't talked to you in a couple days. I have so many things I wanted to tell you. Hey, Penguin! So, basically the conundrum we're in now works fine, raid was meh. Aww. Well, I'm still crossing my fingers for you. My raid was pretty good. We finally got a bunch of pulls in on Big Tree. And we made it to Sleepo for the first time. That group has made it to Sleepo Prague for the first time, which was really, really cool. So I was happy. I'm sorry to hear that yours was more meh. But I know you're so close. Downside of living in a stadium is that when you're watching the stream, you can hear when you hit a home run about 30 seconds in advance. Oh no! Yeah, by the way, Penguin, have you seen what your like major league team is doing? They're 13-0. They haven't lost. It's the biggest win streak to start a season since like 1984 or something. Ow. Ow. That hurt. Give me 1 second. No. Okay. Yeah, they're doing it. Wish you luck at getting your wisdom teeth removed 2 3 weeks. Oh, good luck, Blue Braid. I have been told I'm going to have to do that at some point. They basically told me that it's not a dire thing that I have to do right away. But as soon as I feel comfortable with it and able to, I should do it. Which is kind of terrifying. Even though every person I know that got their wisdom teeth taken out said that it was fine. They said that they were a little bit loopy for a day or two because of like all the stuff they give them, and then like a little sore, but it wasn't too bad. Hopefully not allergic to the medicine. Oh yeah, that might be something you want to tell them. Because maybe they have like other options. Because I know I'm supposed to tell doctors, like if I had go to the emergency room or something, I believe I'm supposed to tell them that like my parents are allergic to penicillin. So even though I don't know if I am, I'm supposed to tell them that in case I am, and they have like different options. But I don't know if it's the same thing for like what you're doing. I'm not super knowledgeable in the medical stuff. You cried uncontrollably for no reason and got very confused by Blue's Clues. Oh, yeah, yeah, okay. So if you mean an adventure like that where it's just like you are completely out of it, saying all sorts of nonsense, I have heard that's the case. I have definitely seen things online about people that like woke up the next day and like their search function in Google was just like ridiculous. Your brother had a false sense of ability, walked upstairs to make himself a snack. No, you cannot have a snack. Trying not to be rude. Speaking of family, I got to see my favorite aunt today for the first time since 2018. Because I didn't get to see her since the pandemic, and she wasn't at Thanksgiving the year before. And she's my favorite aunt because she is like the only aunt in my family that like genuinely gives a shit about me and like remembers things like, you know, my birthday and to call me and to like actually answer the phone when I call. And she's always just been like really, really great. So I got to see her today, and we're gonna go have lunch tomorrow because she's in town visiting my cousin. Because my cousin had a kid in like middle of 2020, but my aunt lives across the country and has been unable to come visit until now. So this is the first time she's seen her grandkid, which is like really cool. But it was really, really nice. What's the way to phrase this? I have my immediate family of my parents and my brother get along with great. My cousin, this particular cousin, and his mom, so my aunt, I get along with great. There are not a lot of other family members that I get along well with, in terms of, oh gosh. Let's just say I'm not like them. And they're very adamant to like let me know that, and that they disapprove. I have like flat out been told at Thanksgiving once by one of them that like I am their least favorite person there. Like, and it wasn't like a punchline to a joke. They just like walked up and said that and walked away, and I'm like, unprompted. I'm like, oh, okay. So it was really, really nice for me to see a family member that like I genuinely enjoy and who gets along with me too. And like it made me very, very happy. So I've been having a wonderful day. Oh yeah. Oh, I could tell you stories. I could tell you stories. And like I'm thinking of some of the stories, and some of them are not like stream appropriate, so I'm not going to. But one day at SynthyCon, I'll get some margaritas in me. And then you'll hear all the silly stories. But yeah, it was really, really nice. Blue Braid, I really hope it goes well. I hope you just have like a really fun time. Yes, make very strong ones, and I'll tell you anything. I'm not sloppy, but like I get really, really like super friendly and like talkative, way more talkative than I normally am. Which is funny because, you know, I stream and I talk a lot on stream, but like normally I'm like much more like quiet. I talk plenty on stream because like I'm super comfy here. And like if I'm like really comfy with who I'm talking to or like my setting, I won't shut up. Like, you can't get me to stop talking. But if I'm not, like, I barely say anything. I have been told that it's like I've been told by some friends when they're like introduce me to new people, it's like they're having to introduce a cat to like a new area because you gotta like ease them into it. But like, that's why your friends told me bartenders. Yeah, like that's really good. We're like, oh, okay, now I'll chat with you all the time. Hey, time. You haven't missed much yet. I've just been like talking nonsense, for about like 15 minutes. We were talking about the Rays and how they're 13-0, and like apparently that's a thing that you can do in baseball. I didn't know this. You can just like never lose. And it's not like they're getting lucky, Penguin. It's not like they're getting lucky and like barely winning games. They're leading the league in like every offensive category and like most of the pitching categories. They're just like blowing everyone out. It's incredible. Yeah. I think that, hold on, the run differential is like absurd for 2 weeks. Let me double check it. MLB run differential 2023. Yeah. Okay. So the third best run differential, and run differential is the difference between the number of runs you score and the number of runs you give up. It's not like exactly like the optimal stat, because if you win a game 10-0 and then you lose 3 of them like 5-4, it looks like your run differential is positive, but so it doesn't necessarily always perfectly equate with record, but it's a good like predictive stat or indicator or things like that, right? The third best after 2 weeks of the season is a tie between Milwaukee and the Dodgers, and they have a plus 24 run differential. So they've scored 24 more runs than they've given up. Second place is the Yankees at 28. So they've scored 28 more runs than they've given up. First place is Tampa at plus 65. It's like fucking absurd. Like, well over double second. They're just crushing everyone. Yankees are also down 9-0, so it's going down. Oh my gosh, yeah. And like, yeah, it's crazy. It's so good. And like, I don't even think that's one, and Time Twister would be the one that would know this more than I would. Because Time Twister's much better with like understanding stats than I am. I'm okay at stats. Time Twister's really good at them. I don't believe this is the type of stat where like it's very volatile in a short sample size, right? Like, I think it's relevant after 2 weeks, I would imagine, especially like that big of a gap, but it's crazy. It's been so fun. I'm so glad baseball's back. I love baseball. They're smashing everyone so hard they can surely spare someone back to your place. Very hard stat to gauge. Okay, yeah, see, that's why I wanted to ask you instead of like specifying. But yeah, so that was really cool. Like I said, I got to see like my favorite aunt today, which was really neat. It was really funny because at one point, she kind of pulled me aside and she was like, your cousin, keeps talking all the time to me about how happy it's that you two have been like hanging out so much again, because like we used to hang out a bunch and then like pandemic stuff. And she was like, and he also told me that like you two were kind of done with the whole going out of your way for like everyone else in our family, because they kind of said, she's like, I agree, it's about time someone stopped doing that. I'm like, oh, okay, that's nice validation. She's like, I understand. But that was good. I also like went to a new place to eat for the first time that my dad kept telling me about. And they made like, it was like fast food, but they also had like really good ice cream. So I had like chicken tenders, fries, and then like a chocolate sundae, which was wonderful. And it was like actually super cheap. I was like out the door for $10 for all of that. It's like I said, our high run differential is good, but it's not the only way you can be a good team. Like you can win every game 1-0 and have a pretty bad differential. Gotcha. Yeah, okay. So it's not like an end-all be-all or anything, but it's definitely like something interesting. Like when your differential's that high, you are a good team. It's just not the only way to be a good team. Where Blue Braid? Where do I live? Just asking. No reason. Yeah, maybe we'll do story time one day and I can tell all of y'all like some of the stuff I've had to put up with over the years just because I'm, you know, not the same. As for the game, so we don't have clarification about the high treason thing. That's what we think is going on. That's what we think is happening. But I'm somewhat confident. It was like a big like unlock moment in my brain where I went, oh, that's what's happening. A really bad negative run differential is pretty indicative of a bad team. No. See, you know that... I don't know if it's like a meme or a copy pasta or like a shitpost or whatever, where it's like the average person eats like 2 spiders in their sleep every year, but really most people have 0, and then there's like Spiders George that eats like 600 of them. Spiders George is an outlier. Please don't include him in the data. I'm waiting for the team time where they have like a negative 60 run differential, but you know, they just lost one game like 65-1. Oakland's already at minus 50. Look, I know that Oakland's bad and they're trying to like be so bad that they can move the team to Vegas. Like, it's a real life major league situation going on right there, right? But minus 50, really? After 2 weeks? How could you even watch that? Oh my gosh. I would be disgusted. Oh, and Time, did you see the Marlins finally hit a cycle? They had never hit one before. Is an outlier should not have been counted. Yeah, that's how it works. That's how it works. I also saw a poll on how you say that name, and I've always said George. But, apparently there's other ways to say that, and, like... it's one of those, like, GIF things, where if you say it wrong, some people might get a little annoyed at you. Also, it's a GIF, for what it's worth. Not, you know, not trying to, like, start a whole thing. So, our new issue in this game is we know that the blood on the disc and the blood on the calendar right here. Oh, I have to click this right button. Here belong to Ashley Graydon because it's the same color. However, the judge is not letting us use that as proper evidence that, like, the machine shows it's the same color, so they're the same. If we can prove that they're the same, then we can place Ashley Graydon at the scene of the crime when it happened, which would change the entire case, because right now the case is saying there are only 2 guns, 2 bullets, and we know one of them shot Sholmes. One's in the calendar and one's in the victim. So we need to prove that there was someone else there that could have fired a 3rd gun. The problem is, the way that we can prove that is by calling Gina to the stand. Because Gina has information from when McGilded told her to deposit these pawnbrokery items way back during that previous murder. However, the problem is, if we bring Gina out to the stand and start talking about that, she's going to be shown to have perjured in her previous testimony a couple months ago. So we're kind of between a rock and a hard place. We have decided to call Gina to the stand. That's where we're at. Let's continue. The articles that Mr. McGilded had deposited Windibank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case. the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Correction, she didn't deposit them. She just had to pick them up, keep them from being abandoned. That's right. That's right. The coach, the stage coach driver is who who deposited them, right? McGilded paid off Beppo, the carriage driver, to deposit them. That's right. Okay, so paid off Beppo and then had Gina either pick them up or reset the timer by paying the interest. Okay, that's good to know. Thank you. One explanation of the Rays streak is that 9 of the 13 games were against Detroit, Washington, and Oakland. Oh, okay. Oh, is Washington bad now? Oh, yeah, they don't even have Soto anymore, do they? Yeah, Washington's bad now. Because he's on the Padres. I forgot they traded him last year. Are intimately related with the omnibus case, trial of which was heard this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now, here we all are again, the same players in that trial, facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nibonese friend? Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. You know, I never posed this question. First of all, back on the baseball topic real quick. I guess that does explain it if they were playing a bunch of really bad teams. However, I'm also, like, even still, that's super impressive. I have to sneeze. Hold on one second. I'm going to try to mute. Nope. Just kidding. Okay, I'm good. I never posed this question at the time. Because if I recall correctly, Scotland Yard was about to go investigate the omnibus to see if the evidence had been tampered with. And then it was set aflame. Set ablaze. So I'm trying to figure out who didn't want Scotland Yard to, like, investigate. I never really like stopped to try and process why that happened. And I assume whoever did it is responsible for McGilded dying too. Because they said like they needed McGilded for a second, like before Scotland Yard got there. In the antechamber, I believe. Asked to be present for it. That's right. Okay. So yeah, I don't know. As indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor this small box being mentioned in the course of these proceedings. Miss Lestrade? God, I love her so much. She's my favorite. In a game that has, like, an entire cast of fantastic characters, she is my favorite. Iris is my second favorite. Sholmes is my third favorite. And, like, part of me wants to be annoyed that chat, like, nailed that. And then part of me is just like, you know what? No, it just means chat gets me. Would you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago? I don't know what you mean. You are good. You really understand me. You're like, you know what? This is gonna be the character. This is gonna be the other character. Maybe it's the other way around, but these two. I already said all of what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. Alright. Also, her outfit's great and, like, super cosplayable. Remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. Can I also just mention that I love how this game treats perjury as if it's, like, a serious deal? Like, because I don't remember that coming up too much the first trilogy. Like, I'm sure it did a little, but, like, it is a recurring and consistent thread of, like, people worried about perjury, the judge threatening them with perjury, Van Ziek's threatening them with perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose. Jenny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Runo now. Iris? We're on your side. Alright then. This poor girl who thinks that, like, you can't trust anyone because all she's done is be let down in her life. Trying to learn here at the biggest moment to, like, trust someone else the way that they trust in her. Even though she doesn't understand why they trust in her, because she thinks it's a fool's errand. I love her. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's pawned articles in that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it then. Everything's gonna come out. Like Van Ziek said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. Alright, Gina, what you got for me? The real truth of the omnibus case. Truth is that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and the pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop around about. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Good grief, this is outrageous. What you just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have, agitated, right? Yeah. I may have agitated an error in McGilded's trial. No, I'm missing an I in there. Sorry, I'm big dumb, chat. I swear, I don't mean to be this way.
Adjudicated.
Adjudicated. Oh, I was close. Okay, I was fine. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court, in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. I did nothing wrong. I don't think. I mean, I should have, like, it should be considered wrong, but I don't think it was. By the letter of the law. The whole trial was a farce? It was all lies? That McGilded fellow was rotten to the core, just like that pickpocket? Don't forget that lawyer from the East. They were all in on it together. You're wrong, the lot of ya. Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it. Humbug. I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that? He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free. Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilded's pawned articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Hey! Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord? I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo. Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Hold on. I have a problem. We're about to get real nitpicky here. Technically, we called this witness, therefore this is not a cross-examination. Van Zeeks would have to be examining her for it to be a cross-examination. Thank you. I appreciate you listening to my nonsense. Truth is, that brickmaker cove was in the cabinet omnibus the whole time. And you were hiding in the cabinet at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats. Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me I had to say. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? I couldn't hear too well. But if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying. Perhaps business dealings of some kind? Oh, God! Is that where he got the disc from? The guy brought the disc to McGilded to buy? Maybe McGilded wasn't the one selling the stuff? Maybe McGilded was the one buying it? And then the price was too high, so McGilded just stabbed him? Anyway, they got louder and louder and it started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by that. I hardly dared to breathe. And then, all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all. And I believe you let out an involuntary scream. Yeah, that's what gave me away. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor. Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but McGilded picked it up pretty smartish. And then he set the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at that time? He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised that, like, you didn't... I'm surprised that, like, once he got out of that situation, he didn't, you know, tie up the loose end. Then he started asking me a load of questions, like what my name was, and where I lived and all that. He asked me about being a diver, too. But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapid noise. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. I've never heard of them referred to as slops, but I like it. There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck. That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGilda got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back onto the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the two coves from the roof ran off to fetch the slops. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGilda, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside. The driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves. What did McGilda and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened and stuff like that, mainly. That's when McGilda slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. That pawn shop obviously being in Windibanks on Baker Street. Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks. McGilda took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful-like before handing it over. And when I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it's gotta be worth a few bob. Yes, Jean was sure the disc must be worth more than Mr. Windibank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when McGill had flashed some brass in his face. He went running off at a lick. Then the bog trotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Threatened you how exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scarp her if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago? Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said. Which was? He told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket for the pawn shop, make sure not to lose it. The ticket? Well, I never. Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug, to stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it. But really, why on earth would Mr. McGill have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police? It makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGill had the driver deposit Windibanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go. So I liked it before the coppers showed up. Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that. Jenny's really put her faith in you, Runo. Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this is over. Trying to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. Time to really go for it. Press her on every statement. I suppose I should. Oh, and another thing. What's that? Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange they've been whispering to each other the entire time? That is strange. Looks like they're having a secret discussion about suppling. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. Hold it! Wait, I've already done this.
Excuse me.
Inspector, Mr. Greydon. Fine, you trying to give me a heart attack? You've been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion? With this fella? Pull the other one, Sunshine. You think I've had anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? I mean, you were just talking to him. I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's almost as if they've been negotiating. Thank you, Mr. Strahd. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilda took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way, although I don't understand why. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilda's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the Cove died right after its trial. I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own? Well, why not? They were only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Mr. Strahd, it would appear Mr. McGilda was compelled to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably going to sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. My lord. The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. Is that the first time a cross-examination ended without presenting anything? Like, we didn't present anything, we just heard what she had to say. Which is really cool, because we called her as a witness, so we weren't trying to prove her wrong on anything. We were just trying to hear what she had to say. Oh, I love that. Ah, that's a nice little detail, nice little touch. No, but it is irregular. Oh, okay, so there were other times. The mysterious little box deposited by McGilda 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. Oh, I didn't know I was so close to a stopping point last time. Aw, I'm sorry, chat. We could have kept going last time for like another 20 minutes. To be continued. Hey, Tass. How are ya? Welcome on in. It's fine, it was already late. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Doing alright? Excellent. So this is the article in question. Oh, Dwarf Fortress is one of those games that I've had people tell me that would be a fun stream as like a you know, kind of chill stream. I haven't actually like checked it out yet. I've heard it's fun though. And the probably short stream would have been shorter. Oh, that's true too. Yeah, because I think you told me I'm going to finish this one well in time today. Pretty cheap. You having fun with it? You like it? Because it's like one of those like building sim things, right? Where you're kind of just like building a town or whatever. Oh, it's monstrously complex? Oh, interesting. It's kind of hilarious. The small box deposit with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilda 2 months ago. I'm trying to understate how involved the simulation gets. Oh, okay, so it's like a really, really complicated one. Because I watch a streamer by the name of Fruit Bats, and he plays a lot of simulation games. And like, I always find it really fun to watch, but I don't play a lot of them on my own. At its core, it's basically a colony builder. Yeah, that was my understanding of it. Was like you're just building like a new place for like you and your group of people. And on the night of Mr. Windibank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, let's open it and see what's inside. You basically have to handle all the actual micromanaging. Oh, okay. So it's like, it's really in-depth then. Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow, although in truth, I had an inkling that it might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. Can't get too much more in depth without completely derailing the stream. Okay, yeah, I'll ask you about it another time then. It sounds like you really like it though, and it sounds like it's like it would be a fun stream to do every once in a while. Here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc, deposited at window banks at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake, are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded? You have over 200 hours on it, so yeah. I love when he raises his hand. I believe the answer would become clear if we listen to the music on the disc. Very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. Wait, my lord. Good grief, what is the meaning of this? The music box and the disc are... well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music. This may very well have motivated the culprit in the case to commit murder. Clearly there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. Prosecution's no objection. But no, that piece of evidence is police property now. You can't. Clearly Scotland Yard has some vested interest here, but it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Ah! Van Zeeks has like zero tolerance for nonsense. Yeah. Basically telling Gregson to shut the fuck up. No further delays, please. Play the disc. Okay, what would be the absolute funniest song that this thing played? Somebody once told me the world... Despacito! I like both of those answers. Shoutouts to the somebody on Tabletop Simulator that happens when you roll like the Shrek dice. Is this Morse code? Because that was our leading theory last time. Maybe? Okay, it's certainly no good music, though. What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. Okay, you know what? Now that's not what I would call music. Volume 7 would be great. We've had now that's what I call music. But what about now that's not what I would call music? It's just the same note playing over and over again in a regular sequence. Is it Morse code? Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless. Oh, look at the dance! After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret. Well, that was a disappointment. I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel? Come on. Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? It could be a clue! I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. That's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's a stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on the case? If it's the defense believes that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. Oh my god, it is Morse code! Oh my god, are we actually uncovering like literal actual high treason? And the selling of national secrets? Oh my god. Which has been something that's been going on in the background for the entire game. And is related to at least 2 of these cases, probably 3. Yeah! Oh my god, we're also broadcasting all of the national secrets to everyone. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that, the smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say? You're acting just like Hurley, Runo. The only thing this game is missing right now is one more great deduction with Herlock.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is, yet. Runo? I've just examined the music box very thoroughly, and I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really, the way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. Oh, because the comb is going to be, like, even. It's not going to have different, like, staggering things, right? Because we learned last time that, like, the length of each little tiny piece of comb made a different note. And I believe the shorter the length, the higher the note. So if they're all even, it can only play the same note. Okay. It must mean that the sound it's producing has some significance that isn't musical. Ah, could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Something just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like this one. It is! I don't know how quick chat, when you played it, realized this, because obviously I realized it right about the time they wanted me to realize it. Like, you know, it was like the very next thing we talked about. But oh my god. I wonder how quickly you could have picked up on that. Like, I wonder how many, like, context clues and, like, slight foreshadowings there were. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard. It's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. Oh, they're trying to, like, tip me off. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds this music disc is... Oh. Wait. What? Huh? Where do I find Morse code at? Projectile, the pouch, scorch marks around it. Metal disc used to play music in a mechanical music box. Spare blood not turned green. Pull device that allows anyone to enjoy seeing things in 3 dimensions. A photograph taken automatically by the red-handed recorder showing the scene. Photograph taken automatically by the red-handed recorder showing the scene. The gun, the plans. Single bullet. Autopsy report. No. Pawnbroker thing. I'm so confused. I thought I had it. I thought they'd be like, what is it then? And I was gonna be like, it's Morse code. And they'd be like, oh. But they're asking me for, like, evidence. Oh, hold on. I've never looked at this. Oh, it's Cosmos. Actually, no, that's not my name at all. Bruno, you know that stealing is wrong, don't you? First of all, I inherited this from my best friend on his death. Second of all, if anyone has stolen it, it's you. You just grabbed it from me. Is everything alright? You've gone very quiet all of a sudden. It's a long story. Too long for now. We'll talk about it another time. Oh, that's cute. I've said what's on the disc, and something else and stuff says the same thing. Not the Morse code part. Morse code that says what? Oh! Oh! Okay. Okay. The national secrets. Yeah. Okay. A lot of times I jump ahead of the game and like I have to like pull back some. This time the game was ahead of me.
Take that!
Today's paper, Council. The headline is Pawnbroker perishes in pick purse plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter, being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams. Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh. Me, sir? Whatever's the matter. You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yeah, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? Ah! You picked it up before reading this game? Yeah, so I think I was a little slow on it, but I did get there right before they actually like told me what it was, so I'm okay with that. I think it was like one section before, because I think that was like the last thing we realized, and then you had like the Gina section for like one group, and then this. So we were a little ahead, but not by much. You want me to say, is it... That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. Oh my god! National secrets. And put on a music box disc to play Morse code so that they can translate it later is so big brain. I can't believe it's actually what's going on. Bamfy, this rival, like in my head, this rivals like the time you said something in Virtue's Last Reward, where you were just saying something and you're like, that would be cool and silly, and then like it actually was the case and you're like, oh my god, really? I can't believe that like Morse code onto a music disc to sell national secrets. That's been going on this entire time that we've been here. This has been a background thread for the entire game, pretty much. Ah! I don't believe it. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? I am. Mr. Graydon! Mr. Graydon, you are screwed. Yes, that was the one I was mentioned. That's the one I meant. If I said Zero Escape instead of Virtue's Last Reward, that's my bad. I was thinking of the Virtue's Last Reward guess because like that was incredible. It was so like ridiculous, and then it was spot on, and I'm like, oh my god, you absolute brilliant mastermind genius, you. You believe you said at the start of the first game, this game has no filler cases? Yeah, it really doesn't. None of this is filler. It's so good. Oh my god. Ah! What is going on? Why? So Graydon, this random brickmaker, and McGilded were in some sort of espionage? How much information am I actually going to be able to encode on a music box disc? Depends on how many music box discs you have, right? Because they're not that hard to make, I assume. And they're so... Like, the brilliance of that plan is how, like, unassuming they are. No one's going to look twice at it. They got incredibly unlucky that we're going to solve this case. You hesitate to call it genius when you're trying to throw out the dumbest possibility, and the game was like, actually, yes, that's right. You know, now that you mention it, I do remember you being annoyed that it was the case, and you're like, oh, come on. my god! Please give me a moment. I'm trying to, like, comprehend everything that's been going on. Ah! Hey, Gregson. Hey, Gregson. You know that big case you've been working on for months? Yeah, here's the solution. The guy to your right. You can arrest him now. Thank you. Also, you're welcome. You know, I guess I'll just casually stroll into your country and solve, like, your biggest high treason case that you've probably ever had. Ordar! Ordar! Please, everyone, Ordar! But this is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason, and what is capital punishment? The sorts of words I'd half expect you to know. For a sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Wow, McGilded was like the biggest fucking scumbag that ever scumbagged. Oh my god. Like, I knew he was a scumbag, but you already have more money than you could ever spend in your life. Why are you, like, selling out national secrets to get more? Why? What are you doing? Like, the act on its own is maximum scumbaggery. Actually, I'm not going to use the phrase scumbaggery. I'm going to say it's treasonous. That's literally what it is. Like, there is no crime in the, like, I think there's no crime according to the law that's, like, worse than treason, right? Like, it's like the top of the pyramid. I guess that's probably not true. But you know what I'm saying. It's like a tip-top crime. And you have no actual reason to do it. Because, like, it's bad on its own. But you don't even need the money. So what are you doing it for? God, you suck. I hate you and your hat. And I love hats. On one night 2 months ago, there was a very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. Hey bro, you're already rich. Why are you trying to be more rich? Should not be an unreasonable question, but we live in... You know what? You're right. You're right. The number of things that don't have to be the way they are, but they are because rich people want to be more rich, is way too many, and it's pretty shitty. Oh, I see. Gregson was trying to stop me from playing the disc. They probably had an idea then, huh? So he probably knew it was what it was and was trying not to have it be, you know, played out for the entire world to hear in the courtroom. No. No. He was negotiating with that guy, they said. And he confiscated it. Okay. I don't know what's happening anymore. But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed at the pawnbrokery. Could you imagine, like, chilling in this dude's pawnbrokery, just on the shelf? You want this music disc? No, why would I want that? Ends up being worth, like, more money than anyone would ever see in their entire lives. In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it, and in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? But no, this doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense, because Gregson had the disc. No, this doesn't work, Renosuke. You're on the wrong track. You're close. But that's not why he is there. That's not why he was there. Because Gregson already had the disc, so he has no reason to go back to the pawnbrokery. He needed the box to play the disc. But why did he take the box? Okay, there's still something a little funky going on. I'm not entirely sure. You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. So in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Chat, I wanna remind you all that at our home, there is a piece of caramel that apparently is imprinted with national secrets. Thanks, Sholmes. Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence. Unless Sholmes got home from the hospital and was hungry. I wish I could say that's the first time I've heard about someone literally eating national secrets, but we live in a society. God, I'm gonna make myself sad. You know who could be trusted when he saw his wide tie? Better stand here in silence while this pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away. Then by all means counter these charges, sir. Yo, Van Zeeks is gonna, like, come out of retirement and solve, like, a high treason case, like, by accident. Because he's just, like, the absolute legend that he is. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. This is, okay, if what's about to happen is what I think it is, this was my favorite parts of, like, the first couple games. Where, like, you and the prosecutor are suddenly just like, nah, we're gonna throw our, like, job descriptions out the window, and we're going to work together and find out what the hell is going on here, because, like, we need to know the truth. And when you get to, like, tag team a case with, like, Edgeworth or, like, Von Karma, it's wonderful. It's so cool. Oh. Automod gotcha. That being the most, flagititious? I've never heard that word before. Flagititious? Offense for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. Van Zeeks may be an asshole, but he absolutely has no mercy for anyone. Yeah, Van Zeeks is here for the truth. And he may be an asshole, and I don't agree with some of the things he says, but, like, he seems to be very good at his job. But the heinous act of high treason is no less a serious crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So let us proceed. Yo, these buddies! You gotta let us have a rabbit and pork here, governor. We got things to say. I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are? Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. That's right. We're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers. Yo, Delta! Thank you so much for that raid. Hold on, let me get you a shout out. And then, how was the rest of your stream? Boom! Follow Delta. Lovely, lovely streamer. Good friend. Plays all sorts of JRPG games, story-based games. Final Fantasy 14. It's great to see you. I also wanted to tell you, I know earlier we were kind of cracking up at the 14 name and, like, the Twitch name and, like, missing that, right? You were not the only one, because you were in here the other day chatting with me, and I did not put two and two together until, like, I found your stream and was like, oh, yeah, duh. So I thought that was funny. We had an entire conversation the other day. And I was just like, oh, I love it when people come in from raids and chat. This is lovely. And then as soon as I got, like, off the call earlier, I was like, hey, wait a second. So we're on the same page there, and I wanted to tell you that so that like we could laugh about it. Yeah. But yeah, I hope the rest of your stream was good. I enjoyed watching you complete Pandemonium, and I believe I saw you were doing like the Heaven Toward Relic weapons when I headed out. So I hope you made good progress there. The 3 Skulkin brothers. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in, everyone from Delta Stream. We're at the very, very end of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles Game 1. If you have any inclination of playing it yourself, you might want to go ahead and bounce. Because we are in the thick of things. Like, things are popping off. We are about to solve the final case. And it's like, it's a huge deal. It's awesome. My mind's like going haywire. I can't like form coherent sentences even more. So I just want to give that warning in case anyone like want to play it themselves. I know sometimes during raids you like accidentally spoiling things. I always try to point that out to people if we're like deep into spoiler territory. But yeah, welcome on in. I really, really appreciate it. The 3 Skulkin brothers. I love how they look at Gregson every time. They're just like waiting for him. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. Like, You gonna do a dance with us? Great Aunt's counter. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. There was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyways, was it not? I have no relation to the man. Do you need to go to bed now? Because you're exhausted? Yeah, I'm loving this game. I absolutely adore this. This is right at the top of this genre for me. But you have a great night. Get yourself some sleep. Take care of yourself. I really enjoyed getting to do some stuff earlier. That was fun. Hopefully we'll get to do some more in the future. And thank you again for sending everyone my way. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiated with McGilded anyways, was it not? I have no relation to the man. Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night, like what he told us to do. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Oh, that was quick. Mr. Skulkin? What Mr. will do, governor? What's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question, you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? Well, yeah, I mean, we already knew that, right? They already admitted that. They said that, like, they broke in. We've established that they shot Sholmes. We even had the guns confiscated. And they were caught by the police. What? I don't understand this, Judge. Judge, keep up. Keep up. We're like 9 things past this now, buddy. And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with the Great on here. Now that is a good point. We did, Gov. We did. Oh my God! He admitted. Oh no! The he admitted thing is still my favorite sketch on I Think You Should Leave by like a mile. It's so funny. They said the door was open and they walked in for what the little difference it makes. Oh, that's right. So now they're admitting to actually breaking and entering. Okay. Quiet down, please. Oh, no. Quiet him down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Greydon? I have no idea what these 2 ruffians are referring to. You little rotter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? Nice to know who your friends are. Yo, look, just because the Skulkins are bad guys doesn't mean they're bad guys, right? You know, do a little breaking and entering, steal a little thing here or there. That's fine, but like, murdering government secrets? And espionage? Nah, they ain't about that. You know, Gina might be a pickpocket, but she's not a murderer. And the Skulkins, you know, might be robbers, but they're not doing this. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Yeah, exactly. There's a difference between petty crime to make a living because, like, your country has kind of failed you, and, like, that's something that you have to do, versus, like, literally selling them out, right? Like, you know, I'm not going to hold it against the Ginas and the Skulkins of the world too much. I mean, obviously, please don't do that. Stealing is bad, etc. But, like, it's on a whole different level. It's not even the same, like, stratosphere. Yeah, I'll hold against the Skulkins more than Gina. Because Gina didn't shoot someone, that's fair. Yeah. Yet. Well, I certainly was expecting this little music box to become so significant with the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence. The small music box has been entered into the court record. Cross-examination. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. Always. Oh, I didn't mute that. I'm so sorry to anyone that had headphones on. I reached over. I tried my best. That one came on quickly. Apologies. Form Gilda Disc 6 on the music box. I'm so sorry, Tess. I know that people don't like that at all. No one likes that. I really tried. It couldn't be a more perfect fit. So there's no question then that this was designed to be played in the music box. Objection, Gina has shot us before. Yeah, it took her like 9 minutes to load her smoke grenade, but the sounds it produces are neither musical nor they appear to have any meaning. It just doesn't make any sense. I wonder if perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye. That's what I figured. What's this? I just noticed something about this music box. Looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Oh, you're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. Alright, then here it goes. There's another movement on the underside? So does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side? It looks like the two movements are linked together. They're linked, so if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time. A second movement on the underside. And yeah, you see the comb is even. Oh yeah, she just said that. Huh.
Hold it!
So this is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted? How'd I possibly know? That's literally your job. I love these two little shits. Like, seriously, their character designs are amazing. And all of their like mannerisms and animations like slay me. The way they always, like, longingly look up at Gregson, waiting for him to, like, do the dance with them every time. How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop! Must say something. Stop! Let me guess. Juror number 5. We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the Ministry, and Mr. Graydon is the team leader. Why the long face? That's fascinating. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in the presence of Idol. Stop. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. What of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors so they can't be heard. In any case, all messages are enciphered. Is that how you spell cipher? I always thought it was a Y. Interesting. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh, hold on. I have to see this 38-mile-an-hour pitch.
Extra innings were down 8 or more up 10.
Incredible. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with Ministry technicians of the Ministry Communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications, and he's received the top prize at the Cipher Cracking Convention 5 years in a row now. Okay, you know how sometimes I ask dumb questions, and, like, chat doesn't judge me? And they just, like, answer them, and, like, I feel a little silly. Is there a difference between, like, a cipher and an encryption? Because they're using the word cipher in a way that I always, like, use the word encryption, and I'm asking if it's, like, are they synonyms? Is, like, a cipher a particular type of encryption? A cipher is a specific type of encryption. Okay, cool. Thank you. I appreciate it. About had time for a snack on that one. Pulls out some Big League Chew. Munches on some of the gum. It loses its flavor by the time the ball gets there. Alternatively, a cipher is what is used to perform an encryption. A basic cipher is something like single letter replacement. Oh, okay. Gotcha. So, like, whenever you have those puzzles where, like, letters are turned into numbers, or, like, symbols or whatever, and then you have to, like, figure out what the numbers or symbols are actually saying, that's a cipher? Those are ciphers. Okay, cool. But there are other ways to encrypt something other than ciphers. Yes, perfect. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. That's fascinating. Like block encryption. That is a name that I've heard, but I could not tell you how it's actually done. So those, okay, and then finally, those, like, things in, like, puzzle movies or puzzle games where it's like you have an object and there's stuff inside the object, but you have to, like, make the thing, like, there's a lock on it, but it's used with, like, symbols or numbers, and you have to, like, figure out what, like, the phrase is and then do that. That's, like, also a cipher. Software encryption is done via monstrously complicated math equations, where instead of letters being encrypted, blocks of text are encrypted at once. Oh, fascinating. Okay. Cool. Gotcha. Chat, y'all are so knowledgeable. I appreciate it. Graydon is highly skilled operator, currently in presence of Idol. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you'd keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code.
Hold it!
They're not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. He looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. I always so whenever someone asks me like something that I think is like common knowledge or like super obvious, I always try to not do like I'm shocked at your ignorance, and I always try to get super excited because I get to like teach someone something that day. Can't say that it always works out that way, but like I understand, Rinosuke. That like genuine shock at like the fact that you don't know something feels like garbage. And like I want to ask lots of questions because I want to learn things, right? But if you're afraid of like, it gets hard if you get afraid of people like looking at you as if you're dumb. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones. Yeah, because Van Zieks apparently had more respect for him than he realized, and then he lost some of it. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A, and this is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone. But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. No! Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in future. Oh, stop. Nothing to say but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it, Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? There's every possibility this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least. Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You'd better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code? Na 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 na. I have to open it up first.
Got it!
Got it! Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box? What? It appears, my lord, that the 2 movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry. This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago, striking a deal of the disc or discs. That was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly, I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Though it has holes... Oh my god! The box was moved because he took the second disc out of it. Remember when I was saying that no, Ryunosuke, he didn't have the disc, Gregson had the disc. So he had no reason to, like, show up for the box if he didn't take the box. That's not true if the second disc was in the box, right? Because now there's no disc in the box. Has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. The link between Gradon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere, but I haven't found it yet. Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Bruno. You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Gradon. If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start. No, let me take a drink. Doing a lot of talking. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiated with McGilded anyway, was it not? Look, all he done is break into the gaff the other night, like he told us to do. Like Mr. Gradon told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me, though. Silly me thought he was just popping over for a natter after all them years. But the Marauder had a dodgy job for us. Eh, Ash? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Gradon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Gradon's an old China.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. Okay, they've done this gag like 4 times, and it's made me giggle every time. I love it. What? Who, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when. Together with Mr. Gradon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute and you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us. Is that so? But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. Or blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Middleton and Skulkin's milk run? That was a corker. Save until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Wow, Van Zeeks doesn't like roses, doesn't like fruit. And I know we talked about this when the rose thing came up, but like, you know, don't be hating on people excited about things. Like, I would be super thrilled to get a rose, and I would be super thrilled if someone gave me fruit too, so thank you. Let them enjoy the things they want to enjoy. You're being rude, Van Zeeks. The geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Add it to the testimony! My lord. Yes, counsel? The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Yo, the animation! Do the dance! Say no more, a Skulkin's never Skulkin! Oh, but they didn't look at Gregson. Middleton and Skulkin's milk run. Gore, those were the days. I'm sure I'm gonna regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate. But on what? So how do your little business work exactly? Well, every morning down our way, the milkman would come with his cart to deliver milk. If you stuck your empties outside your front door, you would leave them full again, right? So, we swooped in on the action, got people to sign up with us. We promised to deliver milk for half the price of the other geezers doing it. People couldn't wait to sign on the dotted line. We were raking it in, we were. So do you live on a dairy farm or something? Gordon Bennett, are you off your rocker? We had nothing. We were too poor to have a farm. Now, what we had going was simple once you had the idea. I swear if their solution was putting out all the milk bottles in front of their house so the other guy filled it up. We just switch them over, see? Our customers empty us with the full ones from anyone who wasn't on our books. Oh my gosh. A dawdle, right? I think you meant to say a diddle, and that's a crime. It was just a harmless bit of fun, that's all. Milking the general public in such a fashion is most certainly not armless, as you put it. Yo, where is, like, the voice acting in this game so I can see this judge say armless? Well, it was on what came up with the idea. Ash is the evil genius. You mean Mr. Greydon? Yeah, Ash always had his head in a book when we was growing up. Said he was going to get himself an education and get out of that slum we lived in. Cool, we all ragged him about that. We all ragged him about that, didn't we? Told him he was soft in the head to even think it. But look at him now. He's only gone on to become a blinking communication officer, ain't he? A communications officer, Mr. Skulkin. Show him Wilson's milk run. No, Iris, don't even think about it. It's too late, Ryunosuke. She's seen everything. She's seen the illustrious life of crime now. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Jenny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Winterbanks. The trouble is, wasn't Mr. Greydon in the omnibus with McGilded? And that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker, who was so horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. Oh! Oh, Milverton! Oh, that was a delayed reaction. I didn't register that it said Milverton. Because didn't they just say Milverton's Milk Run? Oh, Iris, you absolute genius. What's the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here? Oh, you absolute genius! Iris, you're so brilliant. Oh my gosh! So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Greydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right. I thought a clever clogs like you'd have worked out that by now. That's his... Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Tell me, why is it that it was only the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... It weren't the happiest of homes that one came from. His old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him. She took the name Greydon then, see? But Ash will always be Milverton to us. Milverton? So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Greydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves? Your communications officer attached to the civil service. Gotta drive home? Yo, have a great night, Tass. I'll see you in a little bit. Have a safe drive. Speaking of hobby shop, apparently it's like pre-release weekend for the new Magic set. Maybe I'll dip my toes in. Been having a lot of fun playing Magic lately. Maybe we'll do like a Magic stream next week during the day or something, if people are interested. Your communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Greydon. Gosh, the pause there is so good too. Van Zieks is so good at his job. How do they make like the opposing prosecutors always like such good characters? Like they're 3 for 3 on them. I can't speak for Godot. All I remember about Godot was the cool visor and he liked coffee. But like I didn't get too far into that game. So, like, I can't say that way, but of the games I've, like, finished, 3 for 3 with the prosecutors being, like, phenomenal characters. Godot was also great. Not surprised one bit. It would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable for once. You were born Ashley Milverton. Godot's cool, but Godot's cool, but he sucks. Aww. Is that correct? Very well. Yes. So Ashley Greydon was once Ashley Milverton. Information could change things. It could turn out to be extremely important. I love their eating. Wait, no, how do I do this? No, how do I do this? How do I go to your name? How do I go to your name? Oh, there's got to be a way to do this. Because they just updated his profile to, like, say Milverton. What is the button? What is the button? What is the button? It's not examine, present, or back. I can't present profiles? Oh, okay. Okay. Because I need to present that profile. Because he's saying, I had no relation to the man. But we know that he does because the names are the same. So to prove that he's lying. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Hold on. Because his profile was changed to have, like, his old name on it, right? So I'm trying to say, hey, you do have a relation to the low-class brickmaker. See, it says your name. Oh, I do it the other way. I'm so dumb. I'm so sorry. I am not wise sometimes. I just do it in the other way, in the other direction. Yeah, thrice fired Mason. Cause yeah. Yeah, I see what you were doing. I see what you were doing. It took me a second. I went the wrong way. Mr. Ashley Milverton, tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I guess because we had read this recently, and it had said Mason Milverton. That was really funny to me. Like, I was looking through things, and then I flipped over here, and then, like, my brain went, hey, wait a second. Read that again. It was, like, such a delayed reaction. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Oh, here comes the music. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded. Mr. Mason, the brickmaker? That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say, saints alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I don't... As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. Ugh. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Holy crap! I thought it was, like, wild before I realized the relation. Oh my god. This case is so good. This game is so good. And there's a whole other game to come. I don't know if it's as good, but like, oh my god. I'm so excited. 10 out of 10. You know what? You know what? It is 10 out of 10. I'm not even mad about my recency bias. This game's phenomenal. Best game I've played all year, probably. I'll have to look at my little list when I'm done. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of the witness all come together to reveal the truth. And the truth shall set us free. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windibanks 2 days ago in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. No, he did find it! It was in the box, that's why it was moved! So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Eh? We never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item and one item alone, the music box. It's rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera indeed. So the question that naturally begs answering is this: why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since if it would fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all this actually began on that fateful night, 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Still? Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. Oh, there sure is! 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak. The way he's been slamming the bench is even indicative of a wound or injury on his left arm. Oh, seriously? Like the whole time? Oh, that's another, like, incredible touch. Like, love the detail. I didn't notice it. Tisk. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common back slum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windibanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me, and as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets? Negotiated with Mr. McGilded? As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. Means I can go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... well, we know that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion! Mr. Windibank was shot by a 3rd gun. Which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Oh my god, Rinosuke, you are so good at this. You are so good at this game. Yeah, like, that's cut and dry, right? It's cut and dry. Goodness. That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windibank that night is you. Absolutely incredible job, Ryunosuke. You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment? You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. Oh. Okay. Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You what? Ordar! Well. Ayo, Quinn! How's it going, friend? How was your work meeting today? It would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. I don't want it to be the last act. I want it to continue. It's so good. Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Van Zeeks, I don't think that matters, because if he can't prove that this is the case, he's gonna be, like, charged with high treason. So, like, what's the phrase? In for a penny, in for a pound? Like, good? Oh, I'm glad it went good, because I know you were telling me that, like, you were a little nervous about it. And hoping that it went well, so that's great. Today was decent aside from the heat? Oh, yeah, so it was, like, super hot today? It's warming up where I'm at. It was 80 degrees at one point today here. I don't have my little calculator that I always use to convert it for you. Today's been way too hot. Yeah, it's been, you know, it's April. It should not be 80 degrees. It should be like, you know, 60 to 70 at the most, but here we are. Oh, I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. Hold on, let me find the thing I'm looking for. Because I have a feeling I'm going to send this to chat in a second. Yes, here it is. Okay. Give me your testimony. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna prove it at some point, but I want everyone to know this.
Everything that guy just says bullshit. Thank you.
The greatest opening statement of all time. God, I love that movie. That movie is so good. If any of you haven't seen My Cousin Vinny, please let me know. And, like, I will find a way to watch it and do it for, like, a Discord movie night or something. Movie's so good. Yeah, Marissa Tomei is so good in that movie. Oh my gosh, she's incredible. Like, everyone in that movie plays their part, like, fantastically. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Okay, but how can we prove this is wrong? Wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of those details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood splattered all over the accused's coat? Are you sure on that point? No! That's how we get him! That's how we get him! He was shot in the back. So when you're looking through the peephole, based on where the locations were, you would have seen the blood splatter, right? Hold on. Let's see. Let's see if that's where we're going. So he's here. And the guy's here. So if he's shot in the back, she had to be here. And then you wouldn't see the blood on the coat because she'd be facing the other way. Okay. Yeah, she won Best Supporting Actress for that. Like, it was like literally an Oscar-winning performance, which is incredible. And I think it's well-deserved. Like, every time I watch that movie, she knocks it, like, it still holds up that she knocked it out of the park. Okay, I see where we're going with this. Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. Oh no, the hallowed chalice is being filled. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's the true science. Not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. Wait. Okay. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used, with your lordship's permission. Oh, the hollow chalice! We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. This doesn't look good, Runo. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Jenny's coat. If they test it with their chemicals... Oh, help, you're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Don't move, Jenny. I'm gonna shoot. But that's not Mr. Windibank's blood. That stains from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood. From when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Benziques, make it so at once. With pleasure. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be... Counsel? Yes, my lord? Your cross-examination. Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial.
Hold it!
Mr. Windibank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we're just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Says the pair who carry a gun. Also, you shot Sholmes. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. The broken went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter. So I pulled me gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper. The pair of you settling upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together? Shame on you. Sorry, Gov. When Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Since I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Winterbank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled my gun on him, he tried to shove me out the way. Then he scarpered through that door out back. At which point, what did you do? I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. What about this peephole in the door? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom's door's a solid job, made of stout wood. There's a small opening in it about head height that lets you see what's going on there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. And what about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well? Not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Winterbank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes. Though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand, but that was Mr. Winterbank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Winterbank's gun grazed my arm. And yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective, but this was another gun entirely, a third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. Not according to that picture! But no other gun was found at the scene. Look! That's Winterbank's gun. And we even established earlier that it was Winterbank's gun that she grabbed from the counter. No, the gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run, and it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. Chilling image, I must say. No, that doesn't work. No, that doesn't work. Where is it? Instant death from the back. No other signs of trauma. Yeah, so if you look at this, where he landed, he could not have been running back towards the door and get shot in the back. Because he's facing away from the door. Okay, so that's the mistake. Saw blood splatter all over that wretched girl. All over her? Yes, through the peephole. I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. It is sullied with blood, that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Winterbank's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago. It's so annoying. If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence. Bother. Then she tossed the gun out the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Of where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated. And then, the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. Why would she do that? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there, in case any more tragedies took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. We made a bit of mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute Ear told us to tidy up. He thinks he's our bloomin' mum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Greydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you? What the hell is this?
Excuse me.
What are you doing, Gregson? Gentlemen. Something wrong, Sunshine? That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin? Blimey, this D's a bit of an hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw him. He grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said, didn't you mention the third gun when you got down the station? And why didn't you? 'Cause we didn't know nothing about it. Or that flaming peephole in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you? Gord blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling ya, this D gives me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. I can understand it, though. Like, knowing about the third gun would have made the case a lot more relevant, right? Or, like, not relevant. Would have made, like, him solving the case a lot more involved. Like, it's a very important piece of evidence that he didn't have. But that wasn't like Greg Z at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Yeah, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. My lord, requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself. Have the results of the test? Ah, the blood. On the accused overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of a spattering following a gunshot wound. But they weren't. It was a... It was a stabbing. Oh, that was an extra twirl. I didn't like that. See? What did I tell you? No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Windibank's. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case. Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer? Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. I call it a bally disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is. How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem. It can't be done. We use Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated chemicals. Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I held out, pierogi to starving boy and he ran away crying. Sherlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. Gosh, I hate this guy. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was splattered with blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Greydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. You were doing so good, Van Zieks. My lord. Been a long battle, this one. But this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman? As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready?
Guilty.
Guilty.
Ah, damn it.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
I get a summation examination, though. Or whatever it's called. It would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the juror's decision being equally successful. I don't believe it. After I've come so far, how is it all unraveling on me so fast? How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. My boy! Wouldn't you aggrieve, Mr. Naruhodo? Wait, what? Officer? You've delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Oh my god, Jolmsy! Am I going mad? Ah! Ah! My hero! Mr. Sholmes! What is the meaning of this? Oh, you're so good. You're so extra. I love you so much. What are? What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital. As well I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. Look at him. What errand? Hurley, it's really you. You're awake at last. Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zieks? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly, having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time. Shut up, Gregson! God, you're the worst! And Van Zieks isn't even saying that. He's saying that what's 5 more minutes? As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Yeah, see? Gosh. Scotland Yard, so over-eager to, like, throw people in jail. Very well then. Counsel, you have 5 minutes. Buddy! My hero! My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Alright. I'm all wrong. Sorry. I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Ah, well. That concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right, modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender wrapping? A leaving present from Miss Sasato. Sasato! From Miss Sasato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Sasato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand, and that you, Miss Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you would be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Sasato-san? Whatever could it be? What is this? Oh, it's the machine I made. Oh, the cat door thing! That's right. Meow! Hi, Wagga hi! Look, I use this. It's my latest invention. What is that? I call it the cat flapament. Inator. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to? Mrs. Otto muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Whatever did you mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Windobanks in pursuit of the thieves. Mrs. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Not at all cryptic, then. Sasato-san used the cat flapament that night? Compact machines with rapid creation of small flaps and larger doors. What? Oh, the Halocellos. Your 5 minutes. Are over, Van Zeeks. Are over. I guess, could it be is over? Maybe I'm mistaken. You know what? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that is also grammatically correct along with are. I'm not sure. We're out of time already? I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. Yeah. If you refer to the 5 minutes as one thing, it works. Yeah, that's what I realized, and then I had to apologize to Van Zeeks. It was wrong of me to, like, jump to conclusions. I'm so used to telling him why he's wrong that it just kind of came naturally to me. And I jumped the gun, my friend. I'm sorry. My learned friend. The die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder... Miss Naruhodo. Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me? I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests... Oh! A summation examination, cross-examination, or time to think? Obviously not time to think. Why did you give me the cat flappinator? Is there something on it? Not that I can see. Oh, that's Iris' symbol. Those vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything. They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy I developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second. So I can get through any kind of door in no time at all. Looks for attaching hinges. Make mincemeat. Oh! 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 It tears through doors! Oh my god! Hold on, 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 hold on. There's not a flap in the door! Are you fucking kidding me? There's no peephole! Are you kidding? Has it been like that the whole time? I mean, obviously it has since you said I noticed finally, but I never noticed that. I've looked at this picture like a dozen times. Oh my god! That's so good! I need cross-examination. I'm gonna bury this person.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. Ah, Sholmesy! Oh my god! That's so good! I completely forgot! I completely forgot about, like, the cat flappinator. But they showed us that, and they showed us it cut through a hole through the door so the cat could get through. And then I mentioned the peephole like 5 times throughout this trial. And I was like, no, because from the peephole, I could see this, I could see that. No, from where it's located. Oh, he could have shot him through the peephole. No, there was no peephole. Oh my goodness. In your foggy memory of your first play, you do recall seeing that immediately? Oh, that is incredible. That is such good attention to detail. I am, like, genuinely incredibly impressed that you noticed that, like, immediately. Oh my gosh, that's so good. What the fuck? To interrupt the cross-examination. Thank you, officer. Very well. Cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume we have no objection, counsel. That is like one of the best solutions in any of these games. My mind is like blown right now. If we're asked to resume his cross-examination, Mr. Gradon, the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. Sholmes is so good. Oh my gosh. I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entitled within its rights to request the consideration of the cross-examination. I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I've decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. A single chance. If, following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further. My lord? Yes. A A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. It's high time I fell in a dead faint. Please tell me he just, like, collapses now. I leave this in your capable hands. Oh, he respects me! I love him so much. I love him so much, Chad. He's so good. He's so good. How did we go from who is this buffoon to, like, this unwavering love of this guy? Mr. Shams! Ah. To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever. Yeah, I love his stupid pratfall too. It was... it really got me. Either man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective was sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? This is it! I assume this is the final button I press. In court, one statement, one piece of evidence. Kame. And I won't waste this final chance that Sasato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well then. Under the terms I've outlined, you may resume cross-examination. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance. When Winterbank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole!
Objection.
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, counsel? Oh, it's my cat flap-o-mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of, and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. Oh, this is the Irish theme, right? I love it. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please, without their owners having to open the door for them. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. Ah. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, that's for the music during cross-examination? Yeah, that was a good theme. I went a little too quickly. I should listen to it a little bit more. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Wasn't there? Wasn't there? Wasn't there? Wasn't there? There was. You looked through it. Your extension emotes have been broken for days? Oh no! Every time Twitch fixes one thing for you, breaks another. Yeah, because Rat Jam didn't work for me here either. Rat Jam. Oh, it worked for me now, but when you pressed it, it was just weird. Like, you don't see Rat Jam? That's really annoying. Yeah, Twitch has problems sometimes. It's very annoying. Same thing with, like, Discord. The emotes don't show in chat. That's so annoying. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I failed to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Oh, you typed it wrong anyways, but the emotes don't show. Gotcha. Yeah. I think they knew you knew. I didn't know. I was the one making the error. No one's emotes are shown in the chat. Oh, that sucks. Do you use the do you just use like the web browser, or do you use like the little Twitch app thing that they have? Because I'm just wondering if it's like maybe the app thing being messed up. I use the browser personally. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I failed to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way then. The browser? That's so weird. Yeah, I haven't used it in ages. Twitch was having problems for Rosa also. Yeah, Twitch has been kind of funky for me too. Not on the emote front. I have a thing where if I like, you know how you can like hover over the screen, like the stream, and it'll like pop up someone's username and like what game they're playing and like their title, and then you can like stop hovering over the screen, that'll go away. If I hover over the screen, it pops up, and when I go away, a lot of the line breaks stay. For at least a week? Oh my gosh. It was required for some Minecraft stuff? Oh, that's super weird. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon? A peephole? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windebank had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? That's the rub! You couldn't have. Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow! What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. Oh! Oh, listen to this!
Objection!
Hold on, we're gonna vibe out to this for a second. Do, 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 do. This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions? That is the most serious act of vandalism. For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Ordar! Is there any credence to this revelation? None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly, this is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Waggy! Gooey! Time for dinner! Meow! I thought you'd say that, so I cut a cat flap into the chambers. This is incredible. Wow. I'm losing it. Hold on. Wrong pipe. Oh my god. I'm losing it. I suppose. Alright. Alright, we're good. We're good. That's the funniest fucking thing. Please make a live action like show of this one because I have to see that scene. Yeah, I was killed by a cat. Going out the same way as Kazuma. Oh, yeah, how did no one hear that being cut? Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak panel at the Old Bailey. I'm sorry, your lordship. If I had known that it was frowned upon to make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey, I wouldn't have done so. I gotta plead ignorance on this one. Show me in the rule book that says I can't put cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey. Show me the rule, Judge. I love this game so much. I'm not done yet, don't worry. I am. I'm about to just like keel over apparently. This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom door window things was made by your machine. It does though. Give me my picture. There's no way you can prove that it was. Oh, but I can. Oh, but I can. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps my cat Flapperback create are all of a fixed size, and the dimensions of the people at Windabanks are an exact match. Oh. Hee hee. Old Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned students' friends' turn to be lost for words, I feel. Oh, hold on. Let me see this clip. I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Waggy, gooey, time for dinner. Meow. I thought you'd say that, so I cut a cat flap into the chamber. This is incredible. It's so good. It's so good. I am having the time of my life here. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. Thank you for that clip very much. I want to try and like get a bunch of clips over the next little bit and like do a little something with them. So if you ever see something fun or want to clip something, do it, post it in the Discord. That way I have a place to like go through and see. I really, really appreciate it. For the sake of argument, that is assume the people as dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. Ah! What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zeeks? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device, but now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to that fact. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. What? Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zeeks. Well, counsel, don't give up now, Bruno. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. I don't know if I can do this. But I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Sorry, Iris, you're very good too. Like, you've been great, by the way. I don't know if Susato would have made a cat flap in the Old Bailey. I think you were 1A and 1B. Tied, evenly. Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the people in the door of the Window Bank storeroom was created after the event, not before. Give me my picture. And look, there's the people. I cannot believe I never noticed that. What are you? A print from that detective's infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Miss Sasato Mikatoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. The necessary proof is this photographic print. This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies! Ugh. Ah! Ordar! I'm satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely, fallacious. Fallacious. I don't know if that was right. That's not the only thing we know now beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. But more importantly, good lord, there's more Lord Van Zeeks? The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury, but that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm. It's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please. I don't believe this. But they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris? You know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Yeah, you know, everyone says that. God, I love the cat flap. Isn't that right, Runo? That's what he always says. One lie begets another. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Oh! Wait! Wait! No! I've got it. I've got it. He finished himself because he knew that there was blood on the coat, and the only way he could do that was if he could see it, and there's no flap, so the door had to be open, and based on what the body was... Yes! Yes! We have it. We have it. What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements.
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain the alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witness's statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about. Namely, the bloodstains on the coat! The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right, the victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously because I saw her do it through the peephole in the... Does the cat have your tongue? Cat got your tongue? We can make a flap for that. Hold still. It'll only hurt for a second. I promise. The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Sit ASMR stream. See, sometimes I like have the urge to like lean into the microphone and say things like that. And then like I know some people don't like that, so I try not to do it too much. So if it bothers anyone, let me know. But also if someone's like, if they liked it, I can like do it a little bit more. Like if it didn't bother people, then I can like stop preventing myself from doing it. Let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously, Ah! It wouldn't bother? Okay. Also, thank you. Funnily enough, as with most people, I hate my voice. Although I hate it a lot less now than I used to. Now that I've streamed so much. But it just, you know, it just sounds so different than, like, what you expect from what you hear yourself. So it's always, like, very jarring. But I have gotten a lot more used to it. Oh! The judge made the joke, too! Judge, you and I are best friends. We're gonna go out for drinks later. The people in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Not gonna lie, it's a big reason why you kept watching. Oh, that's awesome! That actually makes me feel really, really good. Thank you so much. Like, it's, you know, when it's something that you're kind of, like, not super happy with yourself, it feels really nice to hear compliments about it. It makes you feel better about it, right? So I appreciate it. Well, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock and shifts so we get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the people in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable. Oh god, you're right, Ryunosuke. I was so focused on like the positioning of things. How do you know that? And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. How is that possible? Can I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony if it's all the same to you. Permission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. For what it's worth, my face right now is like furrowed brow, confused, as I'm trying to like... I recognize things are amiss now that I did not realize were amiss. But how did you know about the peephole? And why does Gregson keep trying to leave and not... And why is he like shaking someone? You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by someone. Oh my god. What is happening?
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications? Yeah. Well, the defense believes that the details about this case that Mr. Grayson claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony? And in fact, remember how Streamer thought it was over like 6 times before it was actually over? Yeah! Streamer thought it was over? I did! I thought it was over. It's not only over. So pick the clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Who was the person in question? The defense believes the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person it could be. Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? When... Is it Gregson? Hold on. You left. We arrived. Iris, how could you? We arrive. We run up to catch the other guys. That's when Susato does it. So it can't be the Skulkin brothers. Because when the Peoples made the Skulkin brothers are out, we're out. Ashley is out. The police show up. And then from that point on, they're at the crime scene. It has to be the police. And, oh, God. Gregson confiscated the disc. And we were like, yeah, that's cool. And then they broke in just to hear that, to get the second one. They already had the first one because the whole time I was sitting there saying, but they don't need to go back in. Okay, initially I was like, oh, but they didn't need to break in because Gregson had the disc. So they don't, they don't need the disc. They have it. Oh my gosh, baby. Correct on both accounts. Oh my gosh. Just, alright, hold on one second. Okay, we've got a little cat flap now. Okay, now your chest has a hinge on it apparently, but... So... So... The cat flap-o-mat stat. I think Iris could fine-tune it. You know what? I believe in Iris. You believe in her too? Good. Abdominal surgery on the other hand. Hold still, Sholmes. I got you. Okay, hold on. I need to like process these thoughts. Previously, I was like, why does he need to be in there? He doesn't need the music box because Gregson has the disc. Okay, and then we found out there was a second disc, and I was like, okay, you needed to listen to the second disc, but then we found out you needed both. And I'm like, okay, so he got the box, but like that doesn't make sense either. But it makes perfect sense if Gregson confiscates the disc, gives it back to him, and then he goes and listens to it on both. So the case doesn't get solved? Listen, I love the inane bullshit. And the fact that, like, I get distracted by going down different rabbit holes, sure, sometimes might be annoying to some people, but I think it's a charming quirk of my personality. At least that's what I have to tell myself. Oh my god, are they working? McGilded, Gregson, the brickmaker, and the communications officer working together. And that's why. That's what Gregson didn't want it to be evidence in the first place. He said, hold on, we talked to the prosecution's office. They said it wasn't going to be evidence, and Van Zieks was like, bitch, I am the prosecution office. I'll tell you what is and isn't evidence. It's Gregson, isn't it? Because it can't be the Skulkin brothers. It's not Gina. It's not Irish or Sholmes. Windabank's dead. It's Gregson. It's Gregson. What did you do? McGilded was killed when Scotland Yard was going to look at it. McGilded was there when Scotland Yard was going to look at the carriage to see if there was like false evidence, and the false evidence would have been like absolutely devastating. Oh my god, this is batshit insane. This has been going on the whole time. This game is so good. It can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Yeah, me?
Objection.
You would better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with the great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the... Oh yeah! Because he didn't even know he wasn't part of this until in the middle of it. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information? They were blatantly talking when Gina was doing her thing! Oh my god! We even commented on it and like called it out. Oh my. So he would commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case, if you've forgotten that. Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred, except they blatantly did. Oh, I've just remembered something, Runo. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Jenny was testifying. Oh yes, now that you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilded's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe rag, you're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out yet loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the peephole at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain suppling to the inspector. I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Well. It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nippony student's specialty. Oh my, it's even more spicy than I expected. It's so good. Like, this case blows away the final case of 1 or 2, and I loved the cases of 1 and 2. Like, I popped off hard at the end of number 2. Like, I popped off real hard. Like, I was losing my mind during it. But, like, this is even better. The one in part 2 where, like, the guy you're defending finally, like, flips his hair back and, like, the mask comes off is probably, like, the most memorable moment for me of the first 2 games. Because, like, I thought it was really cool. I thought they did a great job with it. This is the new one. Like, this entire case. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. This is it, Ryunosuke. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. Runo, do you think it could be? Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for an answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness? Oh, the second disc!
Take that!
The second disc! Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? Are you getting it now, Sunshine? Is it possible this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice? How the bleeding order could you... We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windobanks by Magnus McGilded, a special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged a disc for the details of the case. You little... Order! On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windobanks, you said this. I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine. I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew that at the time, isn't it right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets? My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Oh no, okay, maybe I was mistaken. I thought Gregson was in on, like, the stealing of secrets themselves. But he was working on a different case, okay. And he was trying to keep it hush-hush. My bad, I thought he was, like, also committing high treason. Because I remembered they said that his salary, like, increased heavily recently once, like, the story started. And I was like, oh, is that just, like, the reason you're saying? Greggy's not the nicest fellow, but I can't believe I'd accuse him of murder. I know, I jumped the gun a little bit. Yes, he did try to stop me from playing the disc. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony? Would that be considered like witness tampering? I assume so, right? I always think of witness tampering as like, it's like a threatening thing. It's malfeasance. Oh, okay, yeah. I guess that works. There's no way that Mr. Greydon could have known of the existence of the people. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. No! Gah! Yeah, I can't believe I did that, Bamfi. Poor Greggy. If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How can you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. You mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question? He has the second disc actually on his person? The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. Definitely! They could only have struck a deal with each other when Jenny was testifying before. And Grexy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately. This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. Oh, you fixed it? How did you fix it? He insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, I'll happily submit to a body search. What? He's gonna agree to it? I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend? You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found. Firefox isn't playing nice with the stable build of 7TV. So you delete and switch it to the nightly build. Hey, welcome back, Rat Jam! I'm so happy to see that. I'm glad you found a solution. I don't know if 7TV, though. Is this an extension that I should look into? You will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. Sounds serious. Indeed. To have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Runo because you're scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. This must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Completely encapsulates everything FFC does, at the very least. Oh, okay. Yes, I'm gonna get that then. Thank you very much. That sounds great. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects? Yes, search someone else, withdraw the request. Yeah, he seems way too eager. I agree, game. Which means he doesn't have it. Which means someone else does. Okay. Yes, the defense formally demands a search be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned. But your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. I had nothing to hide. Very well then. Did I hit the wrong button? I thought I did. Okay. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector. Not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this? Lost at last, have you, sunshine? Court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Be quiet, all of you. Iris! Bruno's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. Well said, young lady. Iris has been killing it, by the way. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. Counsel, of whom do you request this search now? Been for a couple years, this was the first issue. Taz. What? Oh, yes. There was the conversation, and then there was the time where he was like beating someone up. It was this one, right? Yes. Nash Skulkin! He gave him the disc while he was like shaking him. Me? Him? Very well then. Bailiff, restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Please, my lord. Inspector? Scotland Yard has to object to the search. Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. Eh? In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zeeks, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Bailiff, carry out the search. Now hold on a mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out! Here, my lord. In the witness's pocket. I found this! Good lord, that's another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it, nothing. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Odar! Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett. I mean, just Gordon Flamin Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck between this witness and this detective, no. Without question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure, but at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. What unusual behavior? It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I bet to nothing of the sort. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, he didn't know. Thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother, I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me, whistle like that, and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when he got down the station? That's what he said. Yelled it right down my ear hole, he did. My head's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he hid it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Bless my wig, he hid it? But I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. Top secret assignment? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there's a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Does this mean you only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him, to slip the second disc into his pocket? So it was all a pretense. Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Admit to it? Yours truly? Please. Mr. Graydon, clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder? Leaking government secrets? Striking a deal with a detective? All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of this is about. You what? Oh god, are we still going? I thought that was it for sure. Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the conclusion of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. I sympathize with the inspector. Dependable man. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Juror number 3 is the worst. Fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective. Graydon's highly skilled operator, currently in presence of idol. Detective has very much trust in his eyes. More than this I cannot say. These 6 jurors are... They're gonna believe Gregson if they declare their decision now. Is Ginny gonna be found guilty? Very glad juror number 3 never shows up again. Oh, I'm glad to hear that too. I dislike them. I'm surprised that juror number 6 hasn't been relevant. Because, like, when we first saw him, we thought he was obviously that, like, revolutionary from, like, case number 2, right? Well, he's just been like a juror, just kind of been chilling. If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windibank, or stole the government secrets. He's also here as a gag? Gotcha. Yeah, like, I thought it was going to come up. Oh, he did have extensive knowledge of firearms and ballistics. Or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness? Well then, counsel. I think it's time I impose on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. Let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings. Gina will be found guilty. No choice then, Runo. You have to throw some more evidence at them. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? What evidence do I have, though? I have no idea. I've used everything. What is this for? We haven't seen anything with this. Oh! Oh! This is what I need. I would like you to see. What's that then? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Well, go on. Oh my gosh, we're gonna threaten him with the story. Oh, that's so brilliant.
Take that!
That's so good. What on earth is this, Council? Irrefutable proof, my lord, of the corrupt dealings that went on between these two men. Or perhaps, irrefutable proof of the corrupt workings of my learned friend's mind. Oh no, is this not it? Oh no! Oh no! I thought I was gonna be like, you wouldn't want someone to start writing... I thought it was gonna be like, hey, it's Iris's story. If you don't want to admit to the things that you've done, it would, you know... be a shame if your character was called into question in these. Oh, because like he had talked. Oh, I can't believe that's not it. Because that like came up so many times about he was, you know, hoping that it was good. I'm in the right headspace. Ah. What's more, there's no love lost between them, clearly. It was strictly business. If you think about it, murder and treason are both such serious crimes, punishable by death. So I don't think old Silky's gonna admit to either anytime soon. But Gregson, on the other hand, he's just refusing to admit what happened because he's been sworn to secrecy, out of a sense of duty. I wonder if Gregson's lips are sealed because he's determined to do his duty, and perhaps to prise them open, you're gonna have to be determined enough to do your duty too. Of course, he'd do anything to follow his orders. Huh. Okay, let's think. Let's think. So we have to... One final piece of evidence to get the detective to admit to the deal. And it's not threatening him with, like, the story. Gosh, I can't believe it wasn't this. Okay. I'm in the right headspace. I have to make him fess up. You have to do your job. Hey, do I have to give him, like, the first disc? Do I have to show him this to be like... No, that's not it. If he's sworn to his duty, what can I do to threaten it? Oh, I can go to the papers! Same concept as the story, but like more legitimate.
Take that!
Oh, unfortunate. Okay. Yeah, I know I'm penalized. I'm so sorry. Oh! I have an idea! Can I threaten to, like, break the disc that I have? Yeah, that's true. He would probably be happy with that, right? I have no fucking idea what this one is, chat. I'm so lost. Oh! I can threaten to... Can I threaten to play them?
Take that!
Yeah! Is that Mr. McGilvid's peculiar music box? Yes, with the disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. Goodness, this disc, Council? No, wait! I can't let you do that. Why not? Because, well... Because it's got nothing to do with this case. That's why. Not true, Inspector. Huh? The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believes the second disc contains the second tone needed. Now we have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you're letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness? Nice! We're playing hardball! You're mad! If you let that secret information out into the public domain, You'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot. Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness, that you continue to lie to the court, and all because by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Oh. I love it, Rinosuke. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. Oh my, oh, this is so good. My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Van Zieks, for Pete's sake, stop him. Yes, the boots! Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. Yeah, tell him. Tell him the boot is on the table. Oh. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth by fair means or foul. No! Ah, Van Zieks, you're so good. Very well. The defense's stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I believe. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen to as this music box is set in operation once more. This time with the second disc in place, and both discs playing simultaneously. Oh, we're actually gonna do it? You're not gonna confess? It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. Alright, I admit it. Whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut that bloomin' box up. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box? Disc. Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Stop, what are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, and we were stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile. Shut up! You there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. How about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The people in the storeroom door, and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed these details to facilitate the witness's perjury? I did. Well, then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night, after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime, namely this. You were the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windabank. Oh! Traitor! No, that's you. Oh! Bailiff! Bailiff! Restrain that man at once. That's it then. It's all over. I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying, to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out, with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend with a queer talent. So you are. I've money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now. I was to steal the Ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the Ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy does this come? But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again, to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I'd left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him. Never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had him make the two discs. Thereby splitting the information in two. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. You gotta get more up front than that, friend. You can't do like 10 and then 1,000. So what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Well, he didn't want to pay you 1,000 guineas, so he tried to kill you and take it from you. Was the second part of a deal? The exchange of a second disc? Yes, I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. That doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded, not yourself? When I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from the Gilded. That's it. He had no idea it was actually on the disc I asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Oh my god. As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. The trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then. I walked into that hornet's nest, completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that... I think you have the picture now. After you twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free. I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved? Oh my gosh. Alright. I understand. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man. Everything in this game was like interconnected in such a cool way. Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. What's this, officer? It's sooner than I was led to believe. Hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. I do remember that. It's time for the inspection. I'm gonna examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. So a policeman came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again? That's right, an imposter, hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. Oh my god! Alright. You know what? I'm not even mad. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. You know, yeah, maybe he's not all bad. he's some bad. But you know, just because he's bad guy doesn't mean he's bad guy. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago, clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. Yeah, I mean, McGilded definitely deserved it. Yeah, we got this guy on 2 capital charges, but in light of good deeds performed for, like, you know, the citizenry and the country at large, you know, we'll kind of ignore that one. It's he finds a genie who's like, I'll give you 3 wishes, and he's like, I want to send McGilded to hell. She's like, alright, you know what, that's a good one, that one's on me. That one's on me. This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box need to play them. Look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. Then as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. What's this? Window-Bake's pawnbrokery? Aye, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. Never heard of a pawnbroker being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. Is one really different than two? Yeah. I mean, you're still getting punished the same, but like, we'll give you the thumbs up for the second one. London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one's like an extremely secure vault. So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere, and that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gino. I remember now that when we first met you at Windobanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had inscriptions of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, I bet. Yeah. That pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. He was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Windobanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in the pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Could have just bought it. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved. Inspector, my orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible, so we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and second disc were still there. So I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find the articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside? Yes. I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? Oh, he shot first, asked questions later. A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. Broke a fighter's gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly, but unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry, sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windobanks on that wretched night. Earlier, you called McGilded a monster, a man who uses wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony, for what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth, Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windibank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Yeah? It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Gary Deb Squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Hey! Show me my fireworks for Gina! That's the stuff! I'm off the hook! Finally, Bruno, you finally managed to do it. Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet. Huh? What? What are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider, 2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windibank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGillicuddy's property, it seems. Oh, yeah, I guess. I never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGillicuddy's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. Aw, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Jenny this evening. And turning our attention to the defense. Determining that, when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my one friend's courage here today. I propose a toast. He respects me. To demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Oh, no, never mind. For a brief moment in time, I thought we were going to be close. That we were going to be best friends. But he does have a valid point. Very sorry about that. It was the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit to what he'd done. So, if I may say something on that point, isn't that... It's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see? So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me. An unhealthy level of obsession, one feels. But I must say that, in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones. Excuse me? Oh, did his dad make a fake disc once he realized that, like, something was amiss? What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? Those discs contain minstrel secrets. This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGillicuddy conspired to trade national secrets to enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. But it's really gonna bother me. Miss Lestrade. Yeah, my lord? That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalog of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon? If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change... You've got to start at home. You've got to change how you are yourself. Yes! Yes, Gina! Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence. Hope to never see you again. Good luck with that. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windabank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. Give me my fireworks. Confetti. Let the rain fall. There's my fireworks. Oh, they're gorgeous. They're beautiful. Yo! Fire it up in the air too, Gina! Oh, that was so great. I loved that. I'm so glad she got to celebrate too. That is all. Court is adjourned. We did it! We saved Bikini Bottom. Oh, we're still here in the empty courtroom. Got some celebratory cat flaps. Can I have some? It looks like a good vintage. On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, Far Eastern friend. Ah, oh. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within the Englishmen. And at the same time, saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. Ah! I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again, here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright then, I'll wait for that day if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. Oh, the theme is so good. So farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. Aww. Backstory time. Sure, this will never be relevant again. Yeah, I'm sure it'll never come up again, right? It does seem, unless I'm mistaken, it means that this will be the first time that I know of in the series where there's the same prosecutor for, like, the sequel. Because there's a different prosecutor in all of the original trilogy. And that's the extent of my knowledge. So if it happens in other trilogies or series, like, I didn't know it. But that sounds like Van Zeeks is going to be the other, you know, my counterpart yet again. Where's Iris disappeared to? Gina! Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. I believed in you! Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me, right up to the end. You're as odd as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever has before, see? Aww. Kept a promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. Oh, you poor child. I figured something out today. All my life growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. You did say a long time ago that you don't really consider these two separate games. Oh, gotcha. It's more like one longer game kind of cut into two. Kind of like how lots of movies work nowadays. After all, I had a taste of that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. Yes! Oh, I love this. Yeah, you can't go through life like being afraid to trust someone else because you've got burned by it before. You're gonna miss out on so many different like wonderful things. And you gotta trust yourself and just be like, I trust that I'm a good judge of character, and that like this person deserves me to like believe in them. And if you get burned, it's a reflection on them, not on you. You take that lesson, you mark it off, you move on, you try again. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, your trust is rewarded. There's no better feeling in the world. I think I have to thank you for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in! You know, as someone that has historically been very bad at taking compliments, kind of like her, and has been trying to do a lot better over the years and thinks that I am a lot better, but still, you know, still could use some work. I do find it, like, really adorable to see it, like, in other people, where, like, you give them compliments, and they're like, wait, no, stop that! It's like, no, you are great. Because they do that little face, it's great. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. Aww! I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. She is my absolute favorite. This is the way I see it, Rinosuke. Kazuma! A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. But now you just flaunt it? Yeah, it's kind of like, I don't know. I can't really explain it very well. But it was always like, well, I can't explain it, I just don't want to. You know, where it's like, I don't like these things, so why are you complimenting me on them? They're awful, no, please stop. Nah. Then you have to, like, you know, it's like you're being confronted with something that you don't like about yourself. But, like, you're also disagreeing with someone, even though they genuinely like it. And you're like, But, you know, you start working on that, and you start going like, no, I'm good. Kaza considering to be base months after his unfortunate departure? Yeah, I love Kaza. This whole game, there wasn't a bad character in this game. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. Ah! What the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Oh my god, was he there the whole time? Did I not notice him? Did I not notice him back there? Sholmesy buddy! That voice! It's too late for that voice now. Only because there's enough screen time to be cringe. And you know he would have been, based on his taste in partners, yeah, he would have been super cringe at points, I'm sure. Anyone that chooses Naruhodo has to be a little cringe, but I love it. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Yes, it was me all along, I would have said when you finally noticed me. But you people, with your incessant battling. Mr. Sholmes. Yes, it was me all along, you see. Oh yeah, Ryunosuke's a fantastic protagonist. I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Escape? I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you. Oh, I'm glad that we're close friends. Oh, thank you. As my close friend, I tip my hat to you for providing me with the cat flappinator, which turned the tide of battle. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? While you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I've indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? Okay. New idea unlocked. Here, have a feel. I don't think it'll work very well. And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Don't you dare! Don't you dare, game. I will Danganronpa V3 you faster than you could. Oh my, no. That thing's still on the shelf. Still pissed. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyway. Is that it? The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Hey, what about our good friend that liked to, like... oh, what was his name? Soseki? Yeah, what about Soseki? Soseki made it out fine. Soseki's totally cool. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean, like God? Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some coves like that a bog trotter would have rotten to the core. And at the end of the day, him upstairs make sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGildeds of the world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Oi, just give it a rest, alright? Please stop complimenting me. I don't know how to handle it. As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, there you are, Hurley. How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Ah, Iris, my dear. I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon? I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's gonna land you in trouble one day. Aw, I'll be careful. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Jenny tonight. But you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You're the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All of them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the bog trotter stuff. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving ain't an offense. It's a job, isn't it? I don't think so. Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did ya? Well, no. But I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all of them like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. Hell yeah! That's a wonderful idea, Jenny. I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Ah! Nothing! Miss Gina Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right, well, looks like I'm off then. Yeah, goodbye, Gina, and good luck. Otto? Yes. Oh no! Ah! What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh. Oh, yes. It's good advice, Jenny. No! You leave her alone, Penguin! Yeah, poor Gina's not used to having positive relationships. Right, I see. Well... Thank you! Say it. Say it. Oh! That animation's so good. Thanks. Otto. I want to give her a hug. Oh, she's crying. I'm gonna cry. Thank you for everything what you've done, for believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. I'm not gonna cry on stream. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Yeah, she's my favorite too. Like, I love Sholmes. I love Iris. You know, I love Van Zeeks. Susato, Kazuma, Rinosuke. I'm sure I'm missing some right now, but like, Gina's my favorite. Yes, I am. I am. Don't laugh at me. Those are the tears of the kingdom, of the United Kingdom. There she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. If not now, I will. Oh, don't tell me these things. Don't tell me this. Don't get me worried about this. I know he's the Reaper of the Bailey. Don't Don't make me concerned about this. There she goes. Won't ever see her again. Well, well, quite the indomitable pick purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition. This trial is all over the front page. Pickpockets innocent proven. It's worse than that? You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. 1 out of 10 penguin, no! You are allowed to have your opinions, but they make me sad. I'll just have to wait and see. How silly of me. But anyway, what do you like, the good news or the bad news? Always bad news first. Yeah. You know what? Actually, I like Sholmes' plan better. Give me the good news and then stop talking. Hear the good news and just walk away. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then. Maybe let's start with the good news this time. I didn't know that was an option. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then. What's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off. Susato! But there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made an arrangement for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked I assume that's like sole? Because I've never heard of like baked sole. Oh, it's type of fish? Ooh, I've not heard of this type of fish. I like pretty much every type of fish I've had though. Soleil. Thank you. The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. Is that the type of fish like they use for like fish and chips or something? Because I always thought it was like haddock. Which is what I always thought it was. But like I guess I don't actually have any idea. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria! Oh, it's just soul. It's just soul? It's just one syllable, soul? Oh, okay. Port of Dover. Quayside. That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Miss Sasato, where are you? She's reading something, and she's not on the boat that's about to leave.
Hold it!
Hold it right there! What are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo? What are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. It looked like she was about to throw the book, though. She was acquitted. Because you're a wonderful judicial assistant. You saved the day at the very end. That's wonderful. The book you're about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So I was saying my final farewell. You're saying goodbye to law? You? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the people, Mr. Sato? I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the facts. What I did is utterly unforgivable. It actually saved the day. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident? Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. We had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean? Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Runo's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it'd be fun to see if I could take the cat flapper mat, so I put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it, until I found myself in Mr. Winterbank's shop with it later that night. And then... Ah, Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Sholmes. Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door, and at that moment, the little device I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So I used the cat flapper mat to make the peephole in the door. I was capturing a photographic print of the shop by one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was of the first importance at that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon, though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remember that trial 2 months earlier, a trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he'd manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Winterbank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. We were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime? That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. For which, a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it? So is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner, with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to knowingly tamper with the crime scene. So Mr. Sato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake and Miss Lestrade's. Mr. Sato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime, but the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Mrs. Otto, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too, from my regrets. Aww, we did it! We must all be thankful that Mr. Strahd's freedom has been assured. Exactly, although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music box disc contained secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. It wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, a telegraph operator, and she said the majority of the sounds on that disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect. After all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. Oh! In cipher? I see. So that we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. What? That can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, what? What did you say? Mean something? Asogi was the name of my best friend. What the fuck? How do you know that name, Iris? Oh, did he was? Was the name? Oh! I wrote it down during the trial before when the message was playing on the music box. She transcribed it on the fly. She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whenever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. It suddenly occurred to me, you see, there's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code using their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying... That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it? You mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says Asogi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Would you let me see that? Mrs. Otto, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version. Be that as it may, Irish, show me the message, please. Yes, please. But what can this possibly mean? Whatever's in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes. It's made the color drain from Chisato's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications. I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names? 4 names? Kei Asogi? Cosmo Asogi, why? A Shin? I don't recognize that one. T. Gregson? Oh, Gregson! So unexpected? Wilson! That's like the guy from the first case. It's also Iris's dad. Well, J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. After the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. Who'd ever have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. Repeal this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So Daddy could be in Japan then. Where Susie and Runo come from. No, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Ume University. But we can't tell Iris about that now, we just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windibank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then? We wish you a safe passage, Mrs. Sato. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Mrs. Sato, I had hoped to have you always at my side, to guide me and support me. Miss Naruhodo, please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. Aww! Now she's crying. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. About your manuscript. Oh yes, The Hound of the Baskervilles. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Miss Naruhodo. Yes, do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Buria, when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with the Susato takedown. You know very well that I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Mrs. Otto. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. Bye, Sasato. Oh, anime cutscene!
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will.
Is that the name of one of the games? That sounds familiar.
But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around.
That one's number 3.
After all, I have the greatest friends in the world
Aww.
on my side.
Oh, Sholmesy. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes? I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the Special Express train, apparently. It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything, and how it was all your fault. What? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Mrs. Sato, you love defending yourself in court. It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See? Mr. Sholmes? Yes. A word, if you don't mind. Certainly. Any word you like, bellow it out. Oh yes, I love Runo's words, and I know just the one he'll use here. Then everyone must say, OBJECTION! That game was fantastic. It was so good. I know, okay, look, I know I said there would be like a palate cleanser. Oh, in the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street. Something was afoot, though it transpired I had ordered them all myself. Fuck you. And the money I've earned. Consulting detective work pays a pittance by comparison. Okay, so I know I said there's going to be like a hold on. I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement. For some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts. Aww. And it's not even over, and there's another one? Yeah. The guy's mouth looks like it's upside down. Okay, I'm getting this thought out now. I know I mentioned that there would be like a buffer game, a cooldown game, whatever phrase you want to call it, between like this one and doing number 2. The buffer game is not going to be Fire Emblem. Like initially, I thought I would just do like a long story and get back to this in a couple months or something. If there even is a buffer game, it'll be like relatively short. What we might do is just play Persona for a few days in a row, just like to give a little bit of breathing room, and then start this. Like, I'm super hooked on it. We'll get to Fire Emblem eventually, I promise. I promise. It's sitting right next to me. I already own the game. That was the sound of it opening. We will get to Fire Emblem, I promise. But I don't think I want to play the entirety of Fire Emblem before I play part 2 of this. Because like I said, I'm super hooked on it. Now I'm just gonna like sit here and read all like the little blurbs. Garrett has the DreamWorks logo. Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for a natter, so it ain't too boring. She's always going on about all them cases what Sholmes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them. They are! Yo, have a great night, Blue Braid, and Penguin, and Bamfy. I want to thank you all for hanging out. Like I said, we'll get to the second part of this relatively soon. I appreciate y'all sticking with me, even though we streamed a little later than normal. This was fantastic, 10 out of 10. Loved every minute of it. Excellent game. Zero complaints. Oh my gosh! I love how like the two Skulkin brothers are here. And y'all have good nights and great days tomorrow. I normally don't stream on Fridays, so I'll probably see you Saturday, where I will probably do like a longer Persona stream. And then Bamfy, I'm assuming Anime Night's still on. If anything changes, just let me know. Otherwise, I'll chat with you then. Aw, Sasato! Okay, so like it's gonna start off as like a full length case, which is nice. I like that. Oh, this is cool too. I think this is just the credits then. Oh, but it's gonna show all like the characters that we met. Oh, McGilded. Yeah, the connected scarves was a nice touch. Oh, there's the boot. Hey! Oh, the finger point right at the end. I love it. The Great Ace Attorney Adventures, Finn. Alright, that was an excellent game. I have streamed way longer than I normally do, so I'm going to wrap it up here. Let me see if anyone else is streaming. It's a little later than I normally do, so there might not be. Oh, I love that picture! I love that ending card, yeah. Okay, so I'm going to send you over to Lucilia. I want to thank you all for hanging out. I loved the game. I can't wait to start playing the next portion of it. I want to thank you all for hanging out with me, spending your evening with me, and going on the adventure with me. I will see you all Saturday. Have a wonderful evening. Have a good day tomorrow.